konbanwan, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whatever time zone you're in. And welcome, welcome, welcome to more Umineko no Naku Koro ni! Hi! Hi, guys. It is currently 11 a.m. Central Time on May 17th, 2024. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys doing? It's finally Friday! Thank God it's Friday! Woohoo! Yippee! Wow. Oh my goodness. I let myself sleep in a little bit today because I was really tired last night and I was gonna go to bed at my regular time, but then I guess like some stuff happened in another friend group and I was like trying to keep track of what happened, and then at one point I was like, I can't stay up any longer to hear about how this progresses. I'm going to sleep. Yeah. So I just went to bed. Doing okay, been poking a lot of cables for a Wi-Fi upgrade at work. I see. Yeah, I've had times like that. Y'all are a mess and I need to pass out. Real. It's crazy. You know, I think it's just one of those, like, instances where people find that they are not compatible in person compared to online, like in real spaces. Just one of those, you know. It happens. It's not my place to actually like talk about it though, because I wasn't involved at all. I just heard about it secondhand. So it happens. It happens. Yeah, adopt a neutral role. Yeah, basically. How's you been doing these past few days? Are you doing okay? I've been doing okay, but I've been really busy. There is a lot to prepare for anniversary. I can list how many things I have on my plate currently. Let's see how much I have to record, guys. I made a server just for my to-do list. Let's see. These are things I have to record before June 1st. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 things I have to record for before June 1st. And besides that, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 other things to record that I need to record ASAP. Yippee! But I'm in the middle of recording right now for one of them. I'm like spreading it out so that I have like rest days in between, because it's really bad for your voice to overwork it. So I do have like rest days in between. So I should be able to get everything done that like has a deadline, like on time. It's just it's been difficult because of like prep for Off Guy Expo. It's like prep for Off Guy Expo is going hand in hand with prep for anniversary, and so it's been crazy. Crazy. Prep for the prep. Yes, exactly. So much to do. But I'm excited for a lot of it. Cause let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like 5 of these things our original songs. I'm very, very fortunate that producers have reached out to me and want to work with me. So, yeah, there's lots in the works right now. Lots and lots. Gonna get produced, yes, exactly. I'm gonna be like the produce aisle at the grocery store. I hope that I'm like lettuce or a carrot. I'm orange, so how about a carrot? You're like a nice pepper, like a bell pepper. Ooh, fajitas would be really good right now. Fajitas would be so good. Yeah, I've got so much going on. But after stream today, I am hoping to get some laundry done. Cause yesterday I washed my clothes. Today I'm washing my like bed sheets and my comforter. And I need to also clean my kitchen. And yeah. And then after that, I'll probably do a little bit more recording. And then we can settle in later this evening with some ASMR. I made sure to buy more batteries for my 3DO just in case. Just in case they have already died out again. So it'll be a good time. We'll get a lot done today and then we'll settle in for some ASMR. I also need to make my reservation for tomorrow's watch-along stream. I'm doing a watch-along for our new VTuber startup company that my friend is debuting in. And she's so cute! I'll link you to what her model looks like. She's so precious. She released her little teaser. My little angel. My Queen Fiona Fawn Angles. Let's see. Where's her trailer? I found it. She's so cute! She's so cute. Look how cute she is. She's so cute. I love her. I'm excited for them. I'm very excited for them. It's gonna be a good time. A good time. He's definitely a looker for sure. For sure. She spotted another wife, yes. Oh, she is cute and I appreciate the classy outfit. She's so cute. She's so cute. She's a really good singer too. Shiki, I have a confession to make. Since the last time you played this, I finished all 8 chapters of Umineko. I'm sorry. There's no way that you finished every part of Umineko in the last 2 weeks. There's no way. You underestimate how much free time I have. Then... How long does it take to read Umineko? Okay. Okay, then how about this? I want you to send me a Morrow with the culprit. You better be really fast about it too, or else I'm gonna think you Googled it. Do both. Do both. I'm refreshing and I see nothing. I'm refreshing and I see nothing. I see. Okay. You know what? I'll let you have this one. I'll let you have this one for now. I'll let you have this one for now. Also, I saw that Maro. Shiki the cutest. Thank you. I'll let you have this one. Alright. Let me close out of Discord. Now let's get started. Kinzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Kinzo approached the window as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. Oh, the BGM is still on? Sorry about that. You'll have to listen to tropical music the whole time. The sound of rain is a sound of silence. That sound feels quieter than any silence. It makes humans remember that in the end, they are alone from the moment they're born to the moment they die. Were those words directed at the rainy sky? There was no one to be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze. I'm as an animal. Oh god. Oh my god. Guys, I got so scared. I thought someone was walking around in my house, but it was the sound of my washing machine. I'm gonna lock my door just in case. I'm gonna lock my bedroom door just in case, because now I have anxiety. Now I have trauma, so I gotta... So there we go. Yeah, if there was actually anything in my house, Ozzy would be barking his head off, but I like heard that, I was like, oh my god, it's over. It's over for me. I'm dying here. Hi, Ozzy. You come to see mommy. I love you, little baby. I love you. You're so pretty. The trauma makes her hotter. Thanks. Thank you. Let me readjust my headphones. I remember the last time we played Umineko, my headphones actually broke and I had to buy new ones. Oh! Fuck you! Mochi, thank you for the Streamlabs. No, I'm sorry, but the chance is too good to pass up. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that reminds me, guys. Let me make sure of these real quick. Let me make sure of these real quick. I need to check something. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Alert box. Yep. Nope. Back to... Where is it? What the heck? Why did this look like this? Where is it? Is it in all widgets? When did the alert box change? What the hell? What? Am I not? No, I'm signed in. Oh, is it this? No. Okay. Let me... How do I see this? Where is it? How do I... What happened? Everything changed! Oh. The variation? Oh. I made new, like, stream, like, dono alert images. Let me see if I can test it for you guys. Test. How do I do a test dono? Everything changed. Test variation. Look! I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I should move the text though, because it like it like covers the image. Image to the left. Image above text. Okay, what does this look like? What? Preview. No. I don't like this. Okay. Image to the left. Preview. Okay. Come on. I'm trying to do this. Save settings. Maybe I have to save the settings and then test variation. Oh. Test variation. Okay, I guess this is better, but it looks so... The image looks so small! The image looks so small compared to the text. Huh. Maybe image above text. Save setting. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it looks so tiny! Why does it look so tiny? Why does it look so tiny? That's a lot of super chats, Kevin. I know! Ugh! Maybe if I take away the text. Okay, save settings. Okay. What if there's... Okay. Text over image. Okay, what does this look like? Okay, what does this look like? Okay, test variation. Ah! Why does it cover me? Why? Man. Sad. Okay. I guess that's as good as we're gonna get. That's as good as we're gonna get. And then I have like another one. I didn't know that I had a taser sound effect for when a donation is at least 1,000. And then there's a monster growl for 2,000. No, that's not monster growl. That's like the whispering. Oh yeah, I added this one. It had... I drew Ozzy. I drew Ozzy getting a little bone. It's very cute. I need to figure out a way for everything to look decent. And then I also drew like a little... where is it? I also drew this one. Ow. 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 It's like a thumbs up. I gotta figure out a good format for them. I'll have to look at that, I guess. Alright.
今こそこの島は現世より切り離された。
Your art style is so cute. Thank you. Thank you.
もう誰も私の儀式の邪魔をすることはできぬ。お前にふさわしい生贄は十分にあるぞ。息子たちが4人。
Also, Mochi, thank you so much for the Streamlabs equivalent of 3 Akatsupas. Here's the Docu funding up. Thank you. I think I actually found another artist that I really like the style of, that I can probably get a good Docu, illustration for a little bit cheaper. So that'll be nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
その伴侶が3人。孫た
I
ちが
appreciate
4
it.
人。
Let me crush a water bottle for you. Let me finish this water. Here you go. This is for you, Mochi. Thank you for the Streamlabs equivalent of 3 Akatsupas. That's me. Wringing your chicken neck. Thanks, of course. Thank you! Thank you. I appreciate your generosity.
使用人たち。
Since you're indie now, do you think you're gonna go extra spicy with the Daki? Probably not. I want it to be tasteful while having hints of spice, if that makes sense. Tasteful with hints of spice. Because I want the Daki to promote my new outfit. And my new outfit is a pajama outfit. So it'll probably be more cute than anything. More cute than anything.
どれでも好きなだけ食らうがいい。
Master Animal, thank you so much for being a member for 23 months. Hope you had a great Mother's Day, Shiki. Thank you! I did. I spent Mother's Day mainly drawing for commissions. But then on Monday night I spent the night with my mom, and on Tuesday I treated her to breakfast and a really nice lunch and all that good stuff.
運命の鍵は悪魔のルーレットに従い生贄を選ぶであろう。そのルーレットが私を選ぶならば、私すらもお前の生贄となろう。だからこそなのだ。それだけの狂気をかけるからこそ、私は必ずや偉大な奇跡を起こすだろう。さあ、好きなだけ食らうがいい。私はそのルーレットに打ち勝つだろう。さあ、全てを落とすぞ。まずは後宮家の家督を返そう。受け取るがいい。
Kinzo tore the window open, ripped a golden ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring.
そしてお前が蘇った時、そこにいるのは私であるだろう。
Let me bring my mic a little closer.
私が最後まで生き残り、お前の目覚めを見守るだろう。さあ来たれ、ベアトリーチェ。ようこそ我が宴。私が生み出した全てと引き換えに、私にもう一度だけ奇跡を見せておくれ。おお、ベアトリーチェ。
Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. Bum bum bum. Hello, Perfect Death. Beatrice. Hello, Shiki and Chad. How are we on this fine Umineko Friday? We are doing pretty alright. Hehe. A news ticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing.
すっげえ不利だな。でもこれだけ盛大だとすぐにやみそうな気もするけどな。
そりゃ雨ぜ。台風の速度が遅いそうだから、下手すりゃ明日も丸一日こんな調子らしいぜ。ちょっとの天気でも船は欠航するもんだしよ。
やっぱり日曜日のうちには引き上げられないか。念のため月曜日に外部とのスケジュールを入れなくて正解だったよ。
ってことは月曜の学校はサボれそうだな。島生活ってのも悪くないもんだぜ。そういや、ジェシカは登校って毎日船で通ってるわけだろ。船が欠航したら学校はどうなるんだ？カメハメハ大王並みに雨が降ったらお休みで風が吹いたら遅刻してか。
船が出なきゃ休みになるぜ。もっともそう甘くはねえけどな。大抵その代わりに自習が指示されて後でかっちりと見られるから、そうそう気楽でもねえさ。
例えば梅雨なんかの長く天気数日間くらい登校できないこともあるんじゃねえのか。
そういうこともあるぜ。でも毎日きっちり担任から電話がかかってきて、どう自習しろ何を提出しろと酸っぱく指導されるけどな。
I imagine that either her mom or one of the servants like overlooks her studies.
バトラ君が考えてるほど簡単にはサボれないよ。船で通う人たちのルールに従ってしっかり勉強をしているよ。
むしろ登校できた方が気楽だぜ。自分の部屋じゃ気が散るし、集中もできねえしな。
Rio, but also not, because I was homeschooled and it was really great.
それでいて問題集ばっかり数日もやらされてると、か
I
なり精
heavily
神的に
preferred
応える
doing
もん
like
があるぜ。
self-study, you know.
大学の時にはよ、
And being able to
寮
go at
の
my
あると
own
ころに入っ
pace
てさっさとこんな不
without
便な
like the
島はおさら
material
ばしたいもんだぜ。
disappearing after a single class.
へえ。
So did that cat start swimming yet? Not yet!
じゃあ
Not
よ、
yet.
ちなみに行きは天気が良くても帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ？学校に泊まるのか？
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。だから帰島できない人用の宿泊所があってよ、そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人、船の通学なんて趣があって良さそうだななんて無責任に思っちゃうけど、やっぱりいろいろと苦労があるんだね。
よく無神経な観光客がそういうこと言ってるぜ。
Lol, Valor being the thoughtless tourist.
私は島の生活なんてもうお腹いっぱいだね。早く高校出てこんな島とはおさらばしたいぜ。
高校にだって全寮制のところとかあったろうよ。なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ。
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。
I mean, I'm really late. No, only 30 minutes.
こんな島はごめんだぜ。早く都会で生活したいよ。雨が降ろうが槍が降ろうがラフな格好でサンダルを履けば5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
もう少しの辛抱だよ。高校卒業まであとちょっとでしょ。
Hope you don't mind me watching IndyCar practice on another screen. Okay, so I think this is a good opportunity. I personally don't mind when people are watching other people at this or anything else at the same time as me, as long as it's not mentioned. And that goes for like, if you're in someone else's chat, like you shouldn't say that you're watching another streamer, or like say that you're gonna go watch someone else or stuff like that, or like watch at the same time. It's probably better to just like keep those things to yourself no matter who you're like watching. Yeah. Yeah. I personally don't mind. It's just that those kinds of things can like make the streamer feel like unimportant, I guess. I personally no, it's okay. I think this is just a good opportunity. I'm personally not upset. Please don't think I'm upset. But there could be days where it could, you know. There could be days where it could. But don't feel bad, okay? Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I'm not upset. But there could be a day where it could upset me, you know. Yeah. There could be a day. 'Cause we all have like bad days where the like smallest thing could like get to us, you know? No, that day is not today. I am not upset. But I wanted to take this as an opportunity to mention that it's probably like not a good idea to bring up that kind of thing. Or like if you're in another streamer's chat and you're like, oh, I'm watching Blank 2, or I'm gonna go watch Blank and stuff like that. You know, that is it's just, you know. It's okay. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. It was just a good opportunity to bring up that kind of thing. I'm a sensitive gal, but also, I'm not sensitive all the time. But I know that I'm sensitive sometimes, so I thought it would be a good opportunity. Yeah.
そのちょっとも我慢できねえぜ。
Not all the time. Don't quote me like I'm fucking lying. Jessica stretched out and reclined in the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot because there weren't any interesting programs on. And we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. It had to be pretty boring for Maria all by herself while the adults had a confusing conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful. And since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we were. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered.
Hi!
お食事の準備が整いました。お屋敷へお越しください。
It was Cannon's voice. Did he go to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to get us? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route.
なんとなくお腹が空いてきた頃だったしね。
What's up, guys? It's midnight for me. Hello, Fritz. Welcome.
行こうか。
行こうか. Let me get situated. George Aniki turned off the television and stood up.
俺はとっくにペコペコ。
Oh, my mom texted me. Hold on. Oh, it's so hard to text with one hand.
本家の晩餐は毎回凝ってるしな。それにゴーダさん、子牛のステーキとか言ってなかったっけ？たまらねえぜ。
親族会議の日は特に豪華になるしな。私だって楽しみだぜ。行こう行こ
As we left the room, Canon bowed silently and respectfully.
じゃあ行こうぜ。外の振りはだいぶひどいだろう。
はい。お召し物を濡らさぬよう十分ご注意ください。
After seeing the three of us out, Canon peered into the empty room.
マリア様はいらっしゃいませんか？
一緒じゃないぜ。
What did they discuss or establish in the scene? So they basically just talked about how when it's like raining, Jessica can't get to school or come back home sometimes, and they were explaining how it's like not as great as it seems, and the typhoon is probably gonna make them all stay there until Monday rather than leaving on Sunday. So yeah, they were just talking about boats and the weather. Yeah. That's basically it. That's all we've covered so far.
一緒じゃないのかよ。
Oh boy. Rosa was lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she had been shocked with electricity. When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket, and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief.
起こしてしまいましたか。失礼いたしました。
いえ、いいの。寝るつもりじゃなかったから。今は何時なの？
When he was asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket.
6時を少し過ぎたところです。
Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she had slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep.
ありがとう。毛布は結構よ。変な時間に眠っちゃダメね。すっかり時間の感覚が狂っちゃったわ。雨、とうとう降り出したのね。
Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain. I don't know about you guys, but I cannot sleep when it's raining. Like at all. I cannot sleep when it's raining. It's too loud for me. I'm one of those people that needs like dead silence.
そのようにテレビでは申しております。遅い台風だそうで。明日。
そう。この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだったのね。
I could never get used to it. From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain.
マリア。そうだ。マリア。
私はお見
You
かけして
forgot
おりま
about
せ
your
んが、
child.
ゲストハウスにお戻りではないでしょうか。
Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even in pouring rain.
違うわ。いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこにはマリア一人。あの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、たとえ槍が降ってこようとあそこに居続けるわ。傘もささずに。私は感情に任せてなんてことを。
I used to like be able to like sleep with a bunch of noise before, but as I've gotten older, I just can't do it. Like even light sounds, like I can't really sleep if a TV is on, even with like the light noise. And the washing machine is going. I can't sleep well if I hear people talking very well. Maybe you were stressed. I am stressed all the time. 24/7. 24/7. I still can't believe that I didn't realize how messed up Rosa was when I first read this. I know, right? Yeah, but I think another thing about me was like I was able to like sleep through things easier when I was younger, but that's only because I had wicked insomnia. So when I'd finally be able to fall asleep, I was out forever. I was out forever. It didn't matter what was going on. I was out. Because I used to stay up for so long before. I had really, really bad insomnia, and then I would like crash for a really, really long time. I remember this one time where my insomnia was really bad, and I stayed up for like 38 hours, and then I crashed for like 20. I remember that was a fun summer. I played Omega Ruby. And my mom would like, and it was so funny when I'd have those bouts because my mom would come into my room. She'd be like, "Are you alive? Shiki, are you alive?" And I'd be like, And she'd be like, "Okay, make sure you get up soon and drink water. Go to the bathroom." That was such an interesting point. My sleep has always been kind of like, I've always been like a night owl, I guess. And then when I got to like high school, I just like was so tired all the time. I couldn't fall asleep really at night. So I'd fall asleep maybe at like 3 a.m. and get up at 6 a.m. and then I'd like sleep a little in my classes if I was able to, and then I'd get home to my father's house and I'd sleep until my mom could pick me up at like 5 p.m. and then I'd get home, and sometimes I'd be able to fall asleep again, but most times I just stayed up, and it was like that the whole time. And then over the course of like summer breaks, I would just stay up all night, either watching anime or talking to online friends. And my mom was like, "You can't be doing this." And I was like, "Yes, I can. It's summer break. I don't have anything to do." But now I'm normal. It took this year to become like normal with my sleep habits. It was really, really bad before, because I just like, I don't know. I've had a lot of trouble with falling asleep. And I used to have no trouble with staying asleep, but now I wake up very easily. And I think that's partially due to the migraines that I've been having the last like 2 months or so. I don't know. I wake up super easy now. The smallest thing. Yeah. I was gonna make fun about normal, but to be honest, you have a more regular sleep schedule than me. Yeah. I always wake up in the morning now. There are some days where I let myself sleep until like 9:50. But most days I wake up anywhere from like 7 to 8 or something like that. And I like go to bed at anywhere from like 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Yeah. So I say that my sleep schedule is pretty normal for someone my age. I hope it stays that way. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. I have old dogs. Yeah, that was me too. That was me too. From back when Bepper was alive, I'd have to wake up every morning at 6 a.m. to give him his medicine. And so I don't really have to wake up at 6 a.m. anymore, which is really sad. I guess it's nice to be able to sleep in a little bit from how I was, but yeah, that used to be my routine. That used to be my routine. I do have to give Ozzy medicine right now in the mornings. Cause he takes like pain medicine because he just had surgery. Yeah. Yeah. And Ozzy, he's very good at going on his potty pad. So like if he needs to like really go, he just goes on the potty pad, and then whenever I wake up, I take him outside and continue to take him outside throughout the day. Potty pad is just like a emergency, you know? Yeah. He's my little guy. He's sleeping directly under me right now. Like, underneath my, like, desk. He's all curled up in my Snoopy blanket. He loves the Snoopy blanket. It makes him so happy. I love my Snoopy blanket. I have Snoopy sheets, too. I love Snoopy. I almost named Ozzy Snoopy, but, I have to, like... I almost named him Snoopy, but then I was like, no, that's too on the nose. Every 3 hours I have to take the dogs out. That's me too. I take my dogs out every 3 hours. Well, I take my dog out every 3 hours. It was like that with Pepper too. I take them outside every 3 hours as well. Yeah. I don't like it when my dogs have to hold it in, you know? It's not fair. I think that dogs should be able to go out this, like, go pee the same amount of times that I do, you know? It just doesn't feel fair. My dog should be able to use the bathroom as much as I do. So, I take my dog out all the time. Every few hours. He's very good about the potty pad, though. Like, if it's an emergency, you know? Because sometimes he just doesn't want to pee when he's outside. He just wants to, like, sunbathe. Have you considered a doggy door? Well, the thing is, a doggy door would mean that I would have to own my house. Because to do that kind of modification, I'd have to tear out part of the door to my backyard, like my back door. And I do not own my house, so I cannot do that. I'd have to own my house. I rent. Yeah. One day maybe I'll rent a house with a doggy door. Maybe. Who is Ozzy named after? Oh, okay. So Ozzy's full name is Oswald. And there's this cartoon I used to watch when I was a kid called Oswald, and it was about this octopus, and he had a pet hot dog named Weenie. And I really like the name Oswald, so I named Ozzy after Oswald, the octopus. Yeah. Doggy doors let bugs and stuff in, that's true. Also, I feel like... Well, I don't think I'd be super paranoid about a doggy door, because I did have a doggy door in my house before. Back when I was, like, in my late teens. My mom installed a doggy door, and the doggy door had, like, a slide-on thing. So you just had to, like... It's not like one of those, like, accessible doggy doors where they can go out anytime. Basically, the dogs knew to go to the doggy door to let us know they wanted to go outside. And the thing is, you lifted a thing so that, like, bugs could not get inside, so other people could not get inside. So, like, it was one of those. There was a thing that covered it unless you wanted to, like, take them out. Yeah. 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 I'd love to have a doggy door though, because I have like a really nice big backyard, and it'd be really nice if he could like go out anytime he wanted. But I don't own my house. And I don't plan to live here necessarily forever. I don't plan to live here forever. Yeah, not own the lot. Yeah. If Ozzy can figure out the cone of shame, he'd be able to figure out the doggy door law. He's a smart little guy. I'm sure he could. Yeah. But it would be nice if I ever have the money, I'd like to like purchase my own house and like be able to install a doggy door, because I'll always have dogs. But I'd only want to install a doggy door if I know I'm gonna live in that house forever. You know? I just dropped my bottle cap. There it is. Yeah. I love dogs. They mean a lot to me. I feel like, nah. I was thinking about it for a second. I was like, no. I was like, my dad could benefit from a doggy door, but then I was like, man. It's not that hard to install. Oh, I know it's not hard to install. Because me and my mom put one in our old house. Yeah. I just can't install one here. But I was gonna say my dad would benefit, but then he wouldn't. Because his issue is like, he has 3 dogs. He has 3 dogs. For some reason, they decided to spay the female, but not neuter the 2 males. And so if the 2 males are around each other too long, they get aggressive and try to kill each other because they are very large and aggressive dogs. And so he keeps the female and one of the males outside, but he keeps the other male dog inside. Like the German Shepherd is an inside dog. The like sheepdog is an outside dog, and so is the female German Shorthair Pointer. So, right? Neutering is cheaper too. And so like, what he has to do is he has to like let them out really, really quickly, watch them do their business, and then call him to come back inside. Gotta call the German Shepherd to come back inside as soon as possible, or else they'll get into a terrible fight. Luckily, my dad has like really advanced like dog houses in his backyard. So like they, like in the winter if it gets cold, they have heated like dog houses. Yeah. So, like, if it gets cold, they won't, like, freeze or anything like that. It stays pretty warm throughout the year, though. I wish it'd get them fixed already so they could come inside the house. Because it does get really, really hot. It does get really, really hot where we live. So, I wish that he could get them fixed soon so that, you know, they could be, you know, put inside where it's air-conditioned and nice and cool. But also, I don't think their house is big enough for that many big dogs. They only ever get big dogs, and it's just not a big enough house for 3 of them. You know? It just isn't. It's a 2-story house, right? But there's not enough walking space for that many large dogs. Because you've got a German Shepherd Husky mix, you've got a sheepdog, and you've got a German Shorthair Pointer. Not only that, there are 2 cats in that house. There are 2 cats. And I feel like they terrorize them as well. Because the German Shepherd likes to terrorize them. No, I talked to my dad the other day, actually. I called him, I was like, I miss you. When's a good time for me to visit? So I'm thinking that in the summer, I might take a week off to go visit my dad and stay with him for a while. Because, like, I haven't seen him in a bit. You know, I haven't seen him in a bit. So I think that I might take some time off streaming, like for a week sometime in the summer. I don't know, like July or August or something, and go stay with him and that kind of thing. And he was like, come anytime, come anytime. And I was like, but I want to know when's good. And he's like, come anytime. And apparently, my stepmom, this is so crazy how this worked out. So my mom just got like, she just got approved for disability. Apparently my stepmom had her hearing this week too. So they're hoping that she gets approved. She has like a plethora of issues too. She took like a terrible fall and it like really fucked up her spine. So she hasn't been able to work in years. And I think that that injury also impacted her brain. So it's harder for her to like process things now. So she also has like Crohn's. So just a plethora of issues. So I'm hoping that she gets approved, because I think that income would really help them, because my dad has been like the sole provider for her and her granddaughter for the last several years. And so like all of my dad's income basically like went into like to like them and the household and everything like that. So, and my dad retires this year, so that would be really great if they could have that extra bit of income, since he's retiring and he won't have like that big bout of income anymore. So yeah, hopefully my dad can relax soon. I think he's retiring in November or December. Yeah. I was on SSI. I was also on SSI. I was on Social Security Income Disability from 2016 until 2021. Yeah. I got approved really, really quickly though, because I was a minor when I got diagnosed with certain things. So, and then after I got approved, I ended up developing a plethora of other health issues. Yeah. So will you become the breadwinner? No, I don't live with my dad. Yeah. It's not the same. Oh, I know it's not the same, because for Social Security income, you haven't worked a job to pay into the system in order to get disability. But it is a form of disability. I would know. I was on it. Like full, like, yeah. It's different. If you get like disability like what my mom has gotten, then that means that you paid into the system. So SSI is like you haven't paid into the system. And at that point, I'd only worked a part-time job when I was a minor, so it didn't really count. So I started getting, yeah. So I started getting Social Security income when I was about 20, and that lasted until I started VTubing. Because this is like, I think my health has also improved quite a bit to where I could probably like work regular jobs now. But the thing is, my fibromyalgia kicks my ass constantly. So it's hard to do anything that requires manual labor. But I do have a side job. I do talent management, and that's something I can do at home. So it is a good job to have from online. Yeah. Yeah. It works out. It works out. Yeah. I'd love to continue doing jobs that like let me work remotely, because sometimes I'm just in too much pain. Yeah. Greg, thank you so much for joining Kibble Bits. Enjoy your acapellas, emotes, and members only streams. Thank you, thank you. My dad is a boomer. My mom is a boomer. My dad's not quite a boomer. My mom's like at the end of baby boomer, because she was born in 1960, and my dad was born in 1962. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I remember I got SSI because I got my autism diagnosis when I was 16, and I just could not handle anything that required interaction with other people. I was also severely mentally ill. And it was not, and I had a lot of issues with my motor skills. And so there was like not a whole lot that I could personally do. And then as I got older, I started developing like physical health issues. When I got my autism diagnosis, I was also diagnosed with somatization disorder, which is like a somatic symptom disorder where your body starts thinking you have a disease. Or like you start feeling things that aren't happening to you, and it can be really crippling. And so I suffer from that like constantly. And it isn't until like recent years that I was like able to like feel better mentally and kind of like, I guess like, this is kind of crazy to say, but I tried vocational rehab when I was graduating high school and it didn't really work. But when I started streaming, I think that was the best thing I ever could have done for like a form of vocational rehab, because I feel like I was able to like really cope with so much more, you know? I was able to like do so many things without like feeling like I was going to like die. Of course I still have like physical health attributes. You know, I have fibromyalgia, somatization disorder, I have PMDD, I have what is it called? What is it called? Progesterone sensitivity, hypersensitivity. I have these stroke-like migraines now, and I have some kind of abnormality in my spine. So I now have like more physical issues than I have mental wise. It's more of like a physical disability thing rather than like a mental disability thing. So like, yeah. It's crazy how it started with just like an autism diagnosis, but then as I got older, I just developed like a plethora of issues. And this is kind of weird to say, but I very much prefer what I'm going through right now over what I went through from the time I was like 16 up until I was about 21 or 22, because I feel like mental anguish was like way worse, if that makes sense. Because I don't know, like physically at least you can like manage it pretty, I don't know, you can take pain pills and stuff like that. And now I'm at a good point where I don't even take medication for mental health issues. I've had a plethora of mental health issues since I was very, very young, but I don't take antidepressants anymore, I don't take mood stabilizers anymore. And I think that I'm in a really good place, like, mentally, even though I've had, like, terrible, terrible things happen to me the last couple of months. I've been able to, like, I'm way better at coping than I was before. You know, I used to be on so much medication just to cope with the difficulties of living. But now, I'm pretty okay. I'm pretty okay. I only take medicine for what physically ails me, and I feel a lot better. Not to say that everyone will be able to like get off of that kind of medication, but I feel a lot better now. Some days are hard, don't get me wrong, but I don't drop a spoon anymore and think I'm gonna die. This is the worst day of my life, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I'm living much happier. I also think that moving out has helped quite a bit. You know, I love my mom a whole lot. But I think we were getting to a point in our relationship living together where we were becoming incompatible. And there are things that we needed to work out. And I think that, like, living apart has strengthened our relationship a whole lot. Because I remember before I'd get into disagreements or, like, fights with my mom over the last, like, few years. We didn't really fight much before, but, like, it got, like, more intense over the last, like, 2 or 3 years. And then, you know, ever since I moved out, you know, we haven't had any kind of, like, disagreement or banter or anything like that. Any time I spend with my mom is very positive. It's very warm, it's very wholesome. I feel very happy to be able to see my mom. And we live close by, so I can see her quite often. I call her all the time now. Yeah. Yeah. I love my mom. I love my dad. I feel very fortunate to have the parents that I do. And I'm glad that I am in the circumstances that I am in currently. Yeah. It's hilarious that this whole conversation started with Rosa Umineko sleeping too peaceful. She abandoned her child. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So yeah, stuff is like, stuff is improved. Stuff is improved considerably. I know we've like really zoned off from Umineko, haven't we? But it's okay. I feel like these kind of situations are like, they just happen sometimes with us, you know? They just happen sometimes. Listening to Shiki with a creepy BGM on. Makes sense. It happens. It happens. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. No, don't worry. Please do not worry. I think that these tangents are good. I think that these tangents are good because it reminds you that you are human and that the person you're watching is human, you know? To like talk about these kinds of things. I do not mind at all. Cause I'm a tangent. I'm a yapper. I'm a yapper. Remember when Prison Project was Zatsudan Project? I'm a yapper. I'm a yapper. I'm a proud yapper. Learning never stops, it's true. Human, I thought you were dog. I'm a certified Southern yapper. Southern women really do love to yap though. Like, my mom is always talking about a bunch of her friends where they start a conversation and then they just don't stop. Like, they just don't stop. My mom's one of those too. But like, it's funny because she complains about like someone not knowing when to show up. Not knowing when to shut up. But she too doesn't know when to shut up. I feel like I can be the same, but I'm a little more reserved in it. And I can only be yappy in certain moments, you know? If only it was like a switch, you know? That you can easily turn on or turn off. Then you'd be the most powerful yapper yet. You know how women are. Southern men, depending, they can be yappers too. Cause like, well, I guess he's not technically a Southern man. I don't know, my landlord is from California. But he moved to where I live, when he had like kids and stuff. But he's like a yapper. But I know a lot of like Southern gentlemen that are yappers. My dad's not really a yapper unless you like get him into a nostalgic mood. Then he'll be like, oh yeah, I remember back on June 5th, 1987 when we did this and this and this and this. And sometimes, he hasn't done this in a long time, but he used to call my mom and he'd be like, do you remember blank and blank back on blank blank 1988 blank blank? And she'd be like, no, I don't think I do. And he's like, well, this blank 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 blank. Oh yeah, the Southern goodbye. It's so hard to like leave. My elderly neighbor across the street, she's so sweet. She's like a grandma. If I catch her, sometimes if like she's getting her mail and I'm getting my mail, I'll stop by and talk to her. It is so hard to get away from her. She always has something more to say, or like a life lesson, or like a story from her past. A story from her past. And she wasn't born here. She was born in the Philippines. Miss Marisa. And she tells me all the time about like her time in the Philippines and like invasions and stuff like that. It's always interesting to hear about, you know? Yeah. I just realized when we jump back in, it's gonna be like, oh right, missing probably dead child. Right! Oh, big stretch. Ah! Ugh. I'm getting a little hungry. Hold on, I'm gonna go, I have like a dinner roll. I have like a dinner roll, so I'm gonna go and get that dinner roll and get a drink. I'll be right back. You guys stay here. BRB. I returned. Alright, I got some dinner rolls. I had them left over from yesterday's dinner because I ordered a Piccadilly and I got some fried chicken and green beans and I got some soft rolls and I had some soft rolls left over, so I'm gonna eat those. Hi, Ozzy! Say I want to roll, mommy. No, sir. Good boy, Ozzy. I love Southern cafeterias. Piccadilly is so good. I'd eat it for lunch every day if I could afford it. Hi, John! I finally saw your picture that you posted. Hard to get that picture of me. We're just chilling and eating a little dinner roll real quick before we continue. Cosplay not soon, I promise. Take away that knot. I better see that soon. Look out to me, welcome. what I should do for dinner. Oh wait, I have something. I forgot that I bought a bunch of those like frozen Alfredo meals. Oh, and I have garlic bread. Ooh, that would be a good pasta night. I sewed the skirt, but I still need to make the top. Let's go. Top's probably gonna be the hardest part. I think my new outfit that I'm debuting probably around my anniversary is probably going to be the simplest design I have, and it'll be easy to cosplay. John going twink mode. Yeah. I really like these frozen meals that I got, where it's like shrimp fettuccine. Well, it's not fettuccine, I don't think. What is it? Is it fettuccine? Maybe I haven't had it in a while. But it's like shrimp alfredo with broccoli, and it's really, really yummy. And it's cheap too. Are you saying most of us already have the outfit? No. Ooh, I could probably do a silhouette of the outfit right now. I probably could. Do you guys want to see the silhouette of the outfit? Okay, Rip and Pap Farts! Enjoy making dinner. Yeah, I could probably show you the silhouette, guys. Let me find it. Let me open this in a new tab. And then let me open the other one. Cancel, open, a new tab. Save image. And then save image. And before she could put some black PG over her black background, you know, I probably would. I probably would. Let me increase the size. Okay. And then edit image. Sorry, I know we're not playing Umineko right now, but while we're like having a snack, let's mess around. Okay, and then now how do I do this? Okay, just okay. Now how do I I don't know how to edit this. How do I make a silhouette? Oh, this is good, I think. Oh God, not like that. Remove. Oh my God. What the fuck? Okay. How do I remove blur? Okay, whole image. Bro, how do I fill this in? I'm trying to make a silhouette. How do I do that in Canva? How to make... Come on. How to make silhouette in Canva. Oh, is that... Hold on. Duotone? Where is that? Nope, that's not what I want to do. Duotone. Oh, I got it! It's so good! Let's go! Okay, I got it. A baller, okay. Slay, okay. Okay, PNG. Download. I did it. I did it. Okay. You know what? I'll be kind. I will, not only will I show you one silhouette, I'll show you the other silhouette for the other hairstyle too. Oh wait, I gotta remove the background first. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Video remover. Give you a little preview. Okay, cherry. Okay. Okay. Alright. I'm finally showed. Okay. The other silhouette looks so much better. Okay. So, here. This is one of the silhouettes. This is one of the silhouettes. And then I made a lazier silhouette of the second outfit. Not the second outfit, of the second hairstyle. Yeah. So this is what they're looking like. Yeah. Oh, Mom, what's this? It's my, it's the silhouette for my new outfit that I'm hoping to debut at my anniversary this year. Do you still have a manager? No, I am my own manager. I won't say anything to spoil any of it. I'm excited. It's like, it's a simple outfit. It's cozy, it's comfy. The dog is off her leash and off her meds. But yeah, I'm really excited. Not gonna lie, it might be my favorite outfit of it. Oh, I'm so glad! I'm so glad. I do think it's very cute. I do think it's very cute. I did show my mods. I did show my mods my final sketch draft. Because they've been so sweet to me. So I was like, here's a little something. Are there glasses too? You'll just have to wait and see. Crueler does not get a bedtime outfit, unfortunately. Being a mod has some rewards other than being locked in her shed. Wow. Wow. Yeah, free rent. You're silly. Alright, let's put these away. Let's put away these silhouettes. Oh yeah, we were playing Umineko. I'm also planning a winter outfit. I'm hoping that I can get everything together for it in a timely manner. I want to start working on it now so that it can 100% be done in time for winter. You know how great that would be? So I debuted my swimsuit outfit this year. I'm debuting a pajama outfit. And I'd love to be able to debut my winter outfit at the end of the year. That'd be epic. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. The outside really looked like a typhoon and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain, the winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hand. And even so, it certainly was a windy night. Even so... Oh wait, there was no time to admire the roses being drenched.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。まさかあの後もずっと一人でへそ曲げてあそこでバラ探しをしてるなんてことはないよな。
そうだね。さすがにこ
End
の
of
雨じゃ
Zatsuneko. We had a good chat. You guys got to see a little something something.
と思いたいところだけど、マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固でものすごく愚直な時がある。
We hadn't worried much, thinking that Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Canon had come from the mansion to call us and thought Mario was here, we got a little worried.
お屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、てっきりこちらにおられるとばかり。ローザ様は仮眠を取られておいででしたので。
ここに来る途中に見かけなかったのかよ。
Mario was out there in the rain the whole time we were Zatsuing. She now has pneumonia.
申し訳ございません。傘を差し急ぎ駆け抜けたもので、そこまでの注意を払いませんでした。
Shiki, you're in a swimsuit. We're always seeing a little something something. Oh, really now? If he had cut through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have just barely missed the place where Maria had been looking for her rose. And it was raining this hard, too. It certainly would have been possible for Canon to fail to notice her.
ここで議論するより直接確かめる方が早いさ。
You can't hide the tummy. I guess not. I guess not. Is this what you wanted? This? Yes, you can poke it.
兄貴ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
6年成長したから僕に勝てるつもりかい？よし、決着をつけようじゃないか。行こう。
行こう。George, Aniki, and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Kanan followed us.
マリアー！いるなら返事をしなさい！マリアー！
ローザおばさんだ。おばさん！
When George Aniki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him.
マリアはどこ？
Like I know!
ジョージ君たちと一緒じゃないの？
いえ、僕たちはあの後マリアちゃんには出会ってません。
6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who'd just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years has passed since then. She's 9 now and experiencing the ups and downs of life. And experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. But Maria, are you telling me you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be?
マリア
As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella and still searching for that rose. Her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirty with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight.
お前まだ探してたのか。
見つからない。マリアのバラ見つからない。
Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring out. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness.
バトラ君、よかった、見つけたんだね。
マリア！ごめんなさい。本当ごめんなさい。
Aunt Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria.
ない。マリアのバラがない。
後でママも一緒に探してあげるから。ね。だから今日はお預けにしなさい。
今日はお預け。
It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Kanan caught up with us.
すぐにお屋敷でタオルの用意をさせましょう。
マリア、ずっとここにいたのか。
ごめんね。本当に悪いままで。
There you go. You got it.
ローザおばさん、
Oh god, I have to.
とりあえずお屋敷に行きましょう。このままじゃマリアちゃん風邪をひいちゃう。
そうね。マリア、行きましょう。ちゃんときれいにしないとおじい様に怒られちゃうわよ。
お腹すいた。
もう食事の時間だぜ。
Dinner time.
マリアはよく頑張ったよ。天気が良くなったら私たちも一緒に探してやるから。
We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Soup's on! Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting, "I'm hungry! I'm hungry! Ooh!" and returned to her usual spirited self. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying, "Ooh, ooh."
そっか、傘を持っていたのか。さすがマリアは物持ちがいいぜ。
マリア、傘なんか持ってない。
なんだよ。じゃあその手に持ってる白い傘はどうしたんだよ。
貸してもらった。
Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. A normal kid would have looked for shelter once it started raining, but Maria was too stubborn to give up so easily. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling Maria to find shelter, then decided to at least give her an umbrella.
そう、その人にお礼を言わないとね。ラーレ。
ベアトリーチェ
The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood.
そう、よかったわね。それで誰なの？傘を持ってきてくれた人は。
おお、ベアトリーチェ
Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than to ask Maria herself.
"お父さん、せめて晩餐にだけは出席してください。これでは親族会議になりません。"
Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard.
金蔵さん、せめて夕食くらいは出んかね。あんたの顔を見ようと息子さんたちが集まってきてるんじゃないか。黙れ南條、ビショップが聞かぬか。言って足りぬ。
Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears.
金蔵さん、私も腹が減った。下に降りて食事をせんか。ならばお前だけで行くといい。私はもうしばらくこの一手を吟味させてもらうぞ。今夜で決着をつけてやる。さもなくばお前との決着は金輪際つけられそうにないからな。
Nanjo rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess. But he'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that, no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Krause let out a sigh of relief.
南條先生、親父殿は。
お役に立てなくて申し訳ございませんな。今や金蔵さんの世界はこの部屋だけです。
Hold on, I dropped my bottle cap on the floor. Where'd it go? There it is. Ozzy is sleeping on the bed behind me. Oh, guys, hold on. I have to put my sheets in the dryer. I don't want them to sit in my washing machine for too long. Hold on. Oh, Ozzy, you're so cute. Yo. Hello. I love you. Okay. Hold on, mommy's gonna put this away. Hi, Ozzy. Hi. Hi, Ozzy. I love you. I love you. I love you, my baby wiener. I love you. All right, let me get seated. Let me get seated. Let me put my pajama robe on. Undone. Yeah. All right. I'm back. Sweet little baby. Don't fall off the bed. Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Kraus raised his fists once more and banged on the door, shouting.
お父さん、聞こえますか?
That didn't sound like a shout to me.
私たちは下へおりますが、気が向かれたらいつでもおいでください。息子兄弟一同、ずっとお待ちしておりますよ。
His voice was very loud and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, almost as though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate.
晩餐にも息子たちの顔にも興味はない。
He's just like my dad's dad.
私がここを出るのはベアトリーチがよみがえる時か、私が鍵の生贄に選ばれた時だけだ。もう悪魔のルーレットは回っている。今さら晩餐に何の意味があろう。
As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Ooh! Just as always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
親父殿は相変わらずご気分が優れられないそうだ。年に一度の親族が集まるこの機会に同席できないことを非常に残念がられておられた。
Ava and Rudolph snickered. Given Kinzo's personality, there was no way he'd shown signs of regret. And none of his relatives showed any regret at his absence. Hey,
ではディ
Pepega!
ナーを始めようじゃないか。ゴーダ、始めたまえ。
かしこまりました。
Lunch is over, gotta get back to work. I'll probably still be lurking, but I won't be able to pick up on the story. That's okay, Tom! Thank you for coming. Have a great rest of your workday.
それでは始めさせていただきます。
What's on the menu today? When Goto was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin.
マリアに傘を貸してくれた人は誰かしら?
When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed.
傘? 何の話? その さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して誰かに白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
俺たちじゃねえぜ。ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべりをしてたからな。
はは、そうやで。
はは。
あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips. So even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフと、あと秀吉さんとキリエさんではないことも確かだがね。
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっと一緒だったわ。食事の時間までずっとね。
兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。だから私たちではないわね。傘を貸すなんて親切、使用人の誰かじゃないの？
じゃあ合田さん？
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので、申し訳ございません。
Goda looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres.
じゃあ熊沢さんかシャノンちゃんかしら。
はい。何か粗相がございましたでしょうか。
Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching for the one responsible for some error.
違うよ。マリアちゃんがバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。誰かが傘を貸してくれたんだよ。ローザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいって言うのさ。
ああ、ベアトリーチェ。
Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa cackled.
私たちでもございませんよ。私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
はい。気が利かなくてすみません。
部屋の準備とは何のことかね。
この雨ですから客人の皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って、使用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じたのです。
あら、気が利くじゃない。そうね、この雨の中表に追い出すのは失礼だものね。
もう予算か。
Please stop.
はい。奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と熊沢さんとカノン君の3人で準備をしておりました。そして、ご夕食の時間になり、源氏様からゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするようご指示を。
ええ。ですから、カノンさんがゲストハウスに行かれるときに、マリアさんを見つけて、傘をお渡ししたのではありませんか？
ほー、違う！
The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately.
じゃあ夏日姉さん？
ごめんなさい。私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、頭痛がひどかったので自分の部屋で休んでいました。ですから表へは出ていません。
なら誰なの？ジョージ君たち？なわけないわよね。
いえ、僕たちじゃありません。 僕たちはずっとゲストハウスでテレビを見てました。
むしろ私たちはマリアはおばさんと一緒に屋敷に行ったとばかり。
そこへカノン君が来て、マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞いたんで、初めて屋敷にはいないのかって分かったんだよ。第一俺だったら傘を貸すより先に手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. So by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large.
もちろん私でもありませんな。雨が降り始めてすぐの頃、金蔵さんの部屋を訪ねて、ついさっきまで一緒にチェスをしておりました。
ということはおじい様でもないよね。
なんだなんだ、妙な話になってきたぜ。あと残るのは誰だ？
じゃあ誰？源氏さん？ちょっと待って、勘違いしないでくれる？
Shiki, Happy Friday, Happy Friday, Beryl!
別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼が言いたいだけなの。
Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised and not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting.
落ち着けよローザ。傘を借りた本人に聞けばいいじゃねえか。
That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
どうりや、ルドルフ君の言う通りやないか。
He's got the right idea, guys.
マリアちゃん、おじさんに教えてえな。マリアちゃんに傘を貸してくれたのは誰や？
The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter.
なるほど。森の魔女ベアトリーチェが不憫に思って傘を貸してくれたか。いい話じゃないかね。どうぞ。そういうことだ。
He's like, there you go, you got your answer. Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke?
クラウスおじさんの言う通り、ベアトリーチェが貸してくれたの。
それはよかった。無垢だというのは実に羨ましいことではないか。なあ、諸君。
Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking. But Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed.
一体どうなってんの？まさか本当に魔女が現れて傘を貸したってのかよ。
Yes, Jessica. Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me.
マリアって冗談が言えるタイプだっけ？
If we'd heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have just taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving.
いや、昔から愚直なぐらい正直で真面目だよ。普通なら聞いただけで嘘とわかるような冗談すら今のにするタイプだぜ。
Oh my goodness.
マリアから冗談を言い出すなんて聞いたこともない。
Toskaru, thank you. Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. Anesthesia. Oh my god. Lord have mercy on my soul. Ugh. Do you suffer from allergies? Yeah, I'm allergic to pollen. And there's tons of flowers growing around me. Oh, the springtime is like crazy. And because like it rains so often, I feel like it's really easy for like pollen to get everywhere. The wind carries it too. Oh, the flowers are so beautiful here though, like just like the vegetation of the ground. Like everything is very green here. There's tons of flowers everywhere. It's just the plant life is very, very large here. So it's a beautiful place. Ugh. I feel like I sneezed at least 2 or 3 times a stream now. I'm looking at a pretty flower myself right now. I think it's called Shiki Miyoshino. Thank you. Those plants just can't stop having intercourse.
マリアに関してだけは何かの比喩とか冗談とかそういうことは考えられねえぜ。額面通りの意味だと思うべきだろうよ。
じゃあなんだよ。源氏さんあたりがあの肖像画のごついドレスを着てマリアに傘を持って行ってやったっていうのか。
そんなことは知らねえぜ。私が聞きたいくらいさ。
It's a pop filter, not a bop filter. So true. I need to be a better person for my pop filter. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. And the meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. Spooky! The music is so good in Umineko and Higurashi. Kumasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Cannon on their way to the kitchen.
源氏さんですか？マリア様に傘を貸されたのは。
傘？何のことだ？
はい。雨が降り出した時に、マリア様は一人でバラ庭園におられたそうで、そこでどなたかに傘をお借りになったそうなのですが、それがどなたかわからないのです。
僕じゃないよ。マリア様はゲストハウスにいると思ってたくらいだからね。バトラ様が最初に見つけられた時にはもう白い傘をお持ちだった。
Umineko twice in its entirety, and I've also read all of the manga and watched the shitty anime adaptation. But this is my first time I'm streaming it. My first time streaming it.
申し訳ないが、それは私でもない。
Twice true Umineko head. I love 07th expansion. I love 07th expansion. I reread Higurashi like 3 times in its entirety. And I own a lot of the manga. And I have a lot of the anime on DVD as well. I've also done a bunch of Higurashi covers. And I've even sung the Umineko opening with my genmate Pina. Oh, desire. No, but I also sang the opening. Oh, it's so good. I'm gonna link it actually. While I have you here, I'm gonna link my my cover that I did with Pina of the opening because I love it. I think it sounds so good. It's a really good cover. 海なりの調べに黒熊は空へ集う嵐を呼ぶ風を高らかにめくほどの葉に魔女たちは含み笑ういびつな夜の宴は繰り返そう Oh, it's so good! And the choir! The choir. Ah. 泣かないで囚われた幻想を壊し一度きりの終焉をあげよう果たせない約束は胸の奥焦げついて赤く赤く果てていくよねえパパパパラパラパパパパ見起こしていこう夢が仕事に合わせてぼっちリセI really want to sing Intellectual Rapist. 冷たい視線を向ける恍惚の笑みで滲むくらいに蔑んだ目で見下ろす胸を刺す快感に意識が溢れてる知識は止められないからせめて残さず飲み干しなさいそれが真実への近道なのだから解けない紐は切ればいいだけパンドラの箱も悪さえも Oh hi oh god this is so embarrassing Oh god I didn't know that was being rated I'm so embarrassed Hi Tomoe thank you so much for the raid oh my god oh my god oh my god oh my guys thank you Tomoe for the raid I was singing Umineko songs I was singing Umineko songs hi Oh, that reminds me. Back when I was like an indie VTuber, I did like a short cover of Intellectual Rapist for my debut promotion. I wonder if I still have it like up. Let me see if I can find it. If I can find it, I might play it for you guys. Oh my god, did I private it? Hold on, I'm gonna unprivate it. Hold on. I don't like how I sound on it because it's a little rough, but I'll play a little bit of it for you guys from back when I was an indie. Pandora no hako mo akusai mo Hi Ozzy 存在しない胸を証明できない悪魔の証明それは唯一の真実だからもがきなさいあがきなさい苦しみのスパイラルがあなたの定め Where is it? Why is it not here? Hold on. I have to check again. Why? What happened to it? I know I uploaded it. 悪さえも存在しないものは証明できない Hold on, I'm freezing up because I have to do this on my phone. 悪魔の証明それは Let me send this here so I can open it. Okay, okay, maybe if I refresh my page, it'll come up. What the heck? Why is it taking so long? Let me watch the debut promo, you ass. Have you seen Erika Furudo versus Sans Undertale rap battle? No. Well, I did not mean to play that. Stop, 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 stop playing, stop. Stop, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear this, I don't want to, okay, okay, hold on. I did not mean to play that one. Hold on, I gotta log into my other Discord account so I can go to the link. Where is it? I found it. Okay, do I have access? Okay. Okay, I found it. Okay. I'm gonna mute Umineko to play this. This is a really short cover I did of Intellectual Rapist. I'm scared. I do not like how it sounds. Yeah. It was just a little short cover I did for like my debut promo stuff back when I was like an indie before I was Shiki. What don't you like about it? It doesn't sound as pristine as it could be. Like some parts feel a little sharp, and I wanna do a proper cover of it one day. You sounded baby, but I do like it. Yeah. That's from God. I think I recorded that nearly 4 years ago. Nearly 4 years ago. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yes, hello Raiders. Really quickly, I know you guys just got here. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we will resume Umineko. We will resume. Let me BRB real quick. BRB! I'm back. Oh, why is VTube Studio not open? There we go. Hi, and oh, Mochi, sleep well. Whew. Had to answer a message as well for a commission. Whew. Hi, Ozzy. Hi, Ozzy. I love my dog. You were getting smothered by Shannon while you were... What? Oh, because I was like this. You're funny.
Oyakata-sama.
Rain noise. Real. Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone had stated that they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but...
何かのご用で廊下を歩かれているとき、偶然バラ庭園に傘もささないマリア様が見えたとか。
親方様はマリア様のことをあまりお好きではない。
同感だね。親方様がマリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって傘を持ちくださるとは考えられないよ。
あら、困りましたわね。ではマリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは本当にベアトリーチェ様ってことに？
I knew she'd laugh. I knew. I love her laugh. Kumasawa laughed just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、ディナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。すぐにスープの配膳に取り掛かってください。源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですのでお引き止めになられないでください。
Kanan glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanan respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanan once on the shoulders as a warning. Kanan reluctantly turned away and returned to his expression to normal.
ゴーダの指示に従いなさい。
Genji's a real one.
今は晩餐の配膳を急ぐように。
ほらほら、時間がありません。タラタラしない。急ぎますよ。
Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed it towards the kitchen.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。
Oh, wow! Calm down. Come here, Wiener. Wiener, there's no one there. No, Wiener. You heard someone's car door closing. It's okay, Wiener.
コーダさんも気の短い方ですからね。
Do you want to know something funny? My PC's name is Ronobe. That's the name that I gave it when I got it. Ronobe.
私もこれで失礼いたします。
Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanan remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt. You named it cute. I name like every like computer I get. One of my laptop's names is Okabe. Personal computer. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt. Okabe Rindaro? Yes. I am mad scientist. It's so cool, son of a bitch. Not Kyoma. Not Kyoma.
Kyoma. Genji様。ベアトリーチェ様が本当にお戻りになられたのでしょうか。
わからん。
親方様にお知らせしますか。
Don't lay on the Wi-Fi cable, baby. Thank you.
せずともよい。本当にお戻りになられたなら、やがておのずと親方様の前へ現れよう。それに、あれは気まぐれなお方。 親方様にご報告申し上げたところでお姿を現せ。
親方様の儀式はすでに始まっているということでしょうか。
おそらくだがそれは我ら家具には何の関わりもないこと。親方様に受けたご恩を最後の瞬間までお返しするのみ。
はい、それが僕たち家具の務めです。
The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when the lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rokenjima was ruled by another master, not the Ushinomiya family. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by the rain in the forest in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? I can't read today. Canon looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Canon forced himself to avert his gaze. 1 second. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. For some time now, everyone has been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere. But any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled by the sound of the rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. I almost read that as sorbet. Goda enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as the final dish was presented. But I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent. The weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Goda, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but apparently not one of them succeeded. That's so sad. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke.
やれやれ。せっかくゴーダが腕を振るってくれた晩餐もこうも沈み込んでしまっては実に味気ないというものだ。
まったくね。今日は何を食べても美味しく感じられない、そういう気分よ。
ほう、どうしてそういう気分なのか聞きたいね。心が晴れ晴れできるよう兄として後で協力させてもらうよ。
Aunt Ava grimaced slightly. I had already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed that my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently there was something besides the weather troubling all of them.
エヴァおばさんもうちの親父もずいぶん機嫌が悪そうっすね。
そう？私はそうは思いませんよ。
Sure, Natsuhi. I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. She snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested.
まあちょいと大人な話で込み入ってな。バトラ君たち子供は気にせんでええ話や。なあ夏井さん、桐江さん。
Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. So I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kirie, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while us kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when we arrived at the mansion. A family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults and an awkward silence fell over the room, Kirie spoke up.
子供たちの進路はどうなるのかしらとか、そういう話よ。
She's trying to save it.
バトラ君は将来はどうするの？ぼんやりと大学進学？そんなのじゃ長い人生レースのスタートラインとしては心細いわよ。
あいたたたたたた。キリエさん、飯の最中にそんな話されちまったら、消化不良で便秘になっちまうぜ。
そうやそうや。バトラ君やジェシカちゃんの進路の話をしとったんや。将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
Hideyoshi heartily agreed as if they really had been talking about that, but that was probably wrong. Kirie had been obviously trying to change the subject. However, if Kirie had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Aunt Ava and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa and Shannon served it to everyone. Goda then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions.
ジョージお兄ちゃん、これでご飯は終わり？
うん。これでおしまいだよ。
Yippee, guys!
はしてないわよ。お席について、落ち着いてジュースを飲みなさい。
Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people were afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter sort. Therefore, when she heard from George Aniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she'd set under her seat, never having left it even while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior.
なんだい？それはどこから持ってきたの？
George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler noticed too. They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ushinomiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank.
マリアちゃん、それは何？
Sephiroth. Sephiroth. It seemed that Natsuhi had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too.
どうしたよ、夏日姉さん。
それ、何？
あなた、それをどこで拾ったの？
その封筒は金蔵さんの。
When Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushinomiya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could mean only one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo.
どうしてそんな封筒がここにあるんだね。
こいつは面白いもんが飛び出してくるぜ。
ちょいとわしに見せてみ。ダメ。マリアが読むの。マリアがみんなに読んで聞かせなさいって言われたの。
Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go.
秀吉兄さん、子供相手に力ずくなんていけませんよ。マリアちゃん、その封筒はどうしたの？
傘を貸してくれた時にベアトリーチェにもらった。ご飯が終わったらマリアがみんなに読んで聞かせろって言われた。マリアは魔女のメッセンジャーなの。
She's so cute. Ooh.
メッセンジャーこの島の魔女様は随分と洒落てるじゃねえかよ。
Battler tried to joke about it, but no one laughed.
それで中には何て書いてあるのかしら、マリアちゃん。
Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table where Natsuhi, Kirie, and Nanjo stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ushinomiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest. Also, Tony, I saw your name and I remembered that you said something before I went to the bathroom. Tarot readings now are only via Patreon. I've sent the form already to the $25 and up patrons to be able to fill out the form. So yeah. That will begin this month. Yeah.
これは当主様の紋章。
私は金蔵さんに手紙を。これは間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
でも、
Well, I have your attention. Please fill out my marriage
それと同じ
application.
紋章が
I
い
don't
く
think
つも
Nia
ある
would
んだ
like
わ
that very much.
例えば
She's my
風
guard
浪用の
dog.
ハンコのようなものが
My
あれ
guard
ば
cat.
金蔵さんでなくても風浪はできるのでは。
いや、金蔵さんは風浪には必ず自分が指にしている後ろ宮家当主の証の指輪で刻印をする。この形や複雑な衣装は間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
Hold on, my mom texted me, so I need to. There we go.
そうとは限らんよ。親族であれば一度くらいは親父の手紙を受け取ったことはあるはずだ。
Hello, Aaron. Welcome. Let me get situated.
その風浪をもとに偽の紋章を作り、親父殿を語って刻印した可能性が否
He
めな
really
い。
said fake news.
兄貴に同感だ。風浪に刻印されている紋章がどれだけ親父のものに酷似していたとしても間違いない。だからその封筒が親父のものであるという証拠にはならない。
私も全く同じよ。風浪の刻印だけでお父様の手紙だなんて決めつけることには同意できないわ。南條先生、曖昧な言葉は慎んでいただけるかしら。
出過ぎた口でしたな。
One after another, all the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope Maria held wasn't necessarily from Kinzo. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there, and that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them.
その封筒は傘を貸してくれた人がくれたのね。ふうじゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？
つまり魔女ベアトリーチェが傘と一緒にマリアちゃんにその。
Maria nodded forcefully.
主人に私得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書で読むにも値しません。
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。
There's nothing wrong with reading it. Battler father said it to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but Natsuki heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes.
それでマリアはベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
I don't know what U means. Oh!
いいじゃないのみな。これはおじいさまの封筒ではなくベアトリーチェの封筒。
そうやな。お父さんが書いたとは限らんが、中身が気になるんは事実や。マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やりと謝るから、みんなの前でそれ読み上げてくれんか。
マリア、読みなさい。
As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
本当に親父の手紙だと思うか？
ありえん
What if they
ね
never read the letter? I think that would be funny.
親父殿が私たちに何かを発表するときは直接でなければいつだって源氏を通してじゃないか。このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思えんね。
そうよ。マリアをメッセンジャーに？それこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。ローザ、これはマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し芸なんでしょ？
It's something, alright.
マリアはそんな気の利いたことができる子じゃないわ。
Okay. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent.
六軒島へようこそ、後宮家の皆様方。私は金蔵様にお仕えしております当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
そんなアホな。
黙って。
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。よって本日をもちまして当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことをどうかご了承くだ。
くだらん。ざれ言だ。
聞くに耐えません。
Oh, I hit my pop again.
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。私ベアトリーチェは金蔵様にある条件とともに莫大なその条件とは契約終了時に黄金の全てを返還すること、そして利息として後宮家の全てを頂戴できるというものです。
Ali senpai, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, timekeepers. Hello, Nuggy Raid. Hello, welcome. Today we are reading Umineko no Nakokoro ni, and we've just gotten to a very interesting part where Miss Maria has received a letter and she is reading it to the Ushiro-miya family. Ali senpai, thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream and thank you so much again. Hello, raiders. Welcome.
むちゃくちゃや。
初めっからむちゃくちゃだぜ。
要するにあれだろ、よくある悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ。ほんで契約がおしまいってことになるから利子を回収に来たってわけだ。いいんや、長年の退職金のつもりかな。ちゃっかりした魔女だぜ。
バトラ君、今は茶化さない方がいい。
Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed.
これだけをお聞きならば皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。しかし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設けるため特別な条項を追加されました。その条項が満たされた時に限り私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
特別な条項？
それは何よ。
特別条項、契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。
ははは。So the
ベアト
epitaph.
リーチェはこの権利を全て永遠に放棄しなければならない。利子の回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら、すでに回収した分も含めて全てお返しいたします。なお、回収の手始めとしてすでに後宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す後宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
これがそうだというのか。親父が指輪を手放すなどありえん。
Krell stared at the ceiling marks as if trying to burn a hole through it. Ava and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時、金蔵さんの指に何か足りんような違和感を感じ取りました。
南條先生、おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように。
その心眼をここでは測れないわ。本当に指輪をおじい様は誰かに手渡したのか。この手紙が
そうね、桐江さんの言う通りだわ。
果たして金蔵さんがそれを答えてくれますかな。あの人のお考えは時に人の世の常識では測りかねますからな。
どの道ざれ言
For
の
any of
息を
you
出
that
る。
are new to Umineko, so far what is going on is there's this family of rich people, and they're having like a yearly family conference, and their father is in really bad health, and so he's going to die soon. And so the adults have all started discussing inheritance, and it turns out that all of them have something to hide in terms of like their business dealings and whatever, and all of them are broke as fuck and they need money, and they are all trying to strike a deal with each other to split the inheritance, and they're all scummy as fuck, and their kids don't know that anything like that is going on. They're just having a good time, and they have been told that there is some witch on the island named Beatrice, and there's even a portrait of her. And Maria had been given an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice. And now they are going over that letter.
第一、黄金幻想自体が親父殿のまやかしだ。ありもしない黄金の話を始めるのはお前たちだけで十分だ。
でも魔女様はおっしゃってるわよ。黄金を見つけた者に家督と全ての財産を引き渡すってね。
And the letter is basically saying like that none of them will, that basically all of them will get nothing. That Beatrice is basically the inheritor of everything unless they can solve the epitaph, which is like a big riddle, and they can find their father's gold.
つまりベアトリーチェ様はお父様の顧問弁護士もしくは金庫番でもあられるってことじゃないのかしら。
このような怪しげな文章を子供に託すような怪人物を信用することなどできません。
兄貴、腹を割ってもらうぜ。兄貴の知らない人物が親父の財産管理をしてるようなことはあり得るのか。
いや、それはない。私は当主代行として親父殿の全ての財産を把握している。私に知られずにそれらを自由にできる人間はいないはずだ。
じゃあつまりクラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじゃないの？
バカなそんなものあるわけがない。
あるわよ。
Hold on, it sounds like my dryer sometimes stops mid dry, so I need to go do it again. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go and turn on the dryer. Oh, I hear it beeping. electric dryer. Wiener! I see Ozzy. He's under my desk. I'm wrapped in a blanket, and the blanket, because it's a big blanket, so the blanket that fell to the floor, he's like wrapped himself in it. So now we are both wrapped in the same blanket. Such a silly little guy.
兄さんが把握していないお父様の資産。
そんなものあるわけがありません。
いや、あるで。それがお父さんの、いや、ベアトリーチェの隠し黄金や。
話を整頓しよう。
I think what I'll probably do for my Umineko streams is like write up a brief summary of what has like happened so that I can explain it to people that have just like come in probably, and I can update it as we attain more information. I think that'd probably be for the best. Yeah.
そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任されてきたわけだ。あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した神塚の大富豪か。
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として息子兄弟の誰がふさわしいか試したいということなのかしら。
Kirie's question was one that all the siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time. Okay, Nitro! Have a good appointment. Hope to see you at ASMR later tonight. Bye 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 bye! And while it had long been whispered that whoever solved the puzzle would receive everything, no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they'd hoped for had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushinomiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。条件は、碑文を読むことができるものすべてに公平に。黄金を暴けたなら、私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。それではどうか今宵を、金蔵様との知恵比べにて、存分にお楽しみくださいませ。今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう。黄金のベアトリーチェ。
お父さん、聞こえているはずです。
They're desperate now.
返事をしてください。
The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Ava. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinzo was eating. An elegant tablecloth was... Oh god, I'm blood. Oh. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm choking on air. Hold on. Ugh. You ever just choke on air? Oh my god. Oh my god, that made my eyes water. Let me drink some water. Kinzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kinzo's face. Are you okay? Yeah.
皆さんがお呼びですが、いかがいたしますか？
捨ておけ。 神と我が晩餐は沈黙を尊ぶ。
黙らせますか。
必要ない。我が耳には届いておらぬ。
Kinzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Cannon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth.
マリア様がベアトリーチェ様より手紙を受け取られたとのことで、その真偽を確かめたいのでしょう。
あやつめ、早速始め。さあ、ベアトリーチェ、かけるコインに不足はあるまい。存分に今宵を楽しもうではないか。負ける気はないぞ。お前の微笑みは永遠に私のものだ。もう一度見られるなら、富も名誉も我が命すらも惜しくはない。さて、ルーレットは回り始めた。ボールはどのポケットに落ちるのか。ノワールか、ルージュか、それとも親の総取りか。さあ始めるがいい、ベアトリーチェ。私が再びお前に奇跡の力というものを見せてやる。
Ooh. Now it's like, what, 10 p.m.? The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even there. I'd already guessed they'd been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found. About advance payments in cash. It was so despicable I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents.
なるほどな。じい様が飯の席にも顔を出したくない理由がよーく分かったよ。うちの親たちにはすっかり幻滅だぜ。金だの遺産だの。よくもまああそこまで大っぴらに。
俺の場合はクソ親父に幻滅しきってるからよ。これ以上評価の下がりようがないぜ。
そんなの私だって同じだぜ。しかし今夜のには呆れたぜ。心底呆れたぜ。
Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear.
未成年の君たちはご両親に養育してもらってるからわからないだろうけどお金を得るというのは単純な綺麗事じゃないよ。未成年である今にそれを理解しろとは言わない。でもご両親なりに何かの努力をしていることだけは認めてあげてほしいな。
やれやれ、ジョージの兄貴は人間ができてるぜ。
How dare you be mature?
ジョージ兄さんは社会人になってバリバリ働いてるけどよ。金とか財産とか そういう話になったらうちの親父たちみたいに婚約むき出しのハゲタカになれるってのかよ。
自分だけの話だったらそんなことはしたくないよ。でも家族や社員、部下やその家族の生活を背負ったら戦わなければならない時も。
私はそんな戦い嫌だぜ。じいさまの遺産がどうのこうのなんて話、ヘドが出るぜ。
Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear.
もうこの話はやめようぜ。じいさまの隠し黄金がどうのこうの、財産だ遺産だって話は親たちの問題で俺たちの問題じゃないさ。
僕も同感だよ。せめて気を利かせて親たちの話し合いを邪魔しないのが子供の務めだと思うね。
なんだか面白くねえぜ。
Everyone knows the phrase, adults are filthy. But we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George Aniki was now pretty much an adult, and I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently she'd received a bigger blow than I thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going, money, money, inheritance, inheritance, my money! Right in front of all the other parents and the children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that.
ジェシカちゃん、どうかお父さんとお母さんのことを嫌いにならないで。理解しろとまでは言わないから、せめてどうか嫌いにならないであげて。
分かってるよ。少し放っておいてくれよ。
6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected. But I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. I remember reading the manga for this a while back. What point are you at? We are on episode 1. We are on episode 1. Maria has just read the letter to everyone. Nothing bad has happened yet.
そういえば、マリアちゃんはどこに行ったんだろ
う。No problem.
多分まだ肖像画の前でいじけてるんだろうぜ。
Maria truly looked up to the witches, and she had expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George Aniki and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain in the dark night.
台風はどんな感じなんだろうね。ニュースをやってないかな。
George Aniki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the television, I lowered it around the window.
そんなに風は出てなさそうだけど、海の上はひどいのかしらね。
Poor Goda.
天気予報では暴風警報も聞いてたんだけど。
キリエさんか。大人たちの積もる話はどんな感じなんすか？
She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Kirie shrugged.
この胃の痛くなる話は徹夜で続くのかしら。嫌になるわ。
まあせいぜいよろしく。じい様の財産分配について、はい、最低の気分だぜ。
それに関しては同感よ。バトラ君みたいに席が外せるなら私もそうしたいわ。でもそうもいかない。 たとえ発言権がなくてもね。パートナーも大変よ。
Kirie took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kirie speak since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being.
どんな感じなんすか？相変わらず謎の魔女ベアトリーチェの話題で持ちきりですか？
まあね。あの人たちはおじいさまが亡くなった時の遺産分配について兄弟4人で話をまとめようとずっと密約を重ねてきた。そこへ未知の5人目が現れて話をややこしくしようっていうんだから穏便な話のわけもないわ。互いを罵り合ったりかと思えば共闘しようってことになったり、夏日姉さんでなくても頭痛がしてくるところよ。
On the one hand, they all want a larger portion than the other siblings, so they're all rivals. But, on the other hand, they don't want one yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also all allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations. Setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolute necessary. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience.
ってことは、ベアトリーチェはじいさまからの資格ってとこですかね。
Lol.
自分抜きで遺産の分配なんて話を勝手に進めてた息子たちに。
何者かしらね、ベアトリーチェって。
Ozzy is snoring. My little wiener.
自称してることが全て本当なら、今日まで誰にも知られずにいた謎の人物で、しかもおじいさまの隠し黄金の存在を知っていて。
God. Talking of inheritance sounds like... Ugh. It sounds complicated. Like, super complicated. I think June told me about, like, how his family eventually will have to do something like this. Because his grandmother has, like, was left, like, a bunch of money from her husband.
その上当主の指輪まで委ねられている。相当に信頼された人物ね。
さすがにほうきにまたがった魔女だとは思わないっすけど。
The only thing I've ever heard about, like, inheritance was really, like, when my dad's mom passed away, I remember, back when my parents were married, my grandma told my dad if he didn't divorce my mom that he'd be taken out of the will. That was a lie, by the way. He got her Cadillac. Oh my god. So funny.
でも、魔女と呼ぶに値する怪人物であることは間違いないっすね。
I guess it wasn't a will, it was a maybe.
マリアちゃんがそのあたりのことを詳しく話してくれればいいのだけど、みんな小さい子にがっつきすぎだわ。すっかり怯えてしまって、聞けるものも聞けなくなってしまった。あの人たち、北風と太陽とか読んだことないのかしら。
確かなのは、マリアがベアトリーチェと名乗る人物から自分で現れて直接話せばいいものを手紙を託して今もどこかに身を潜めているっていうシャイな怪人物ですけどね。
ねえバトラ君、ベアトリーチェなんて人物が本当にいると思う？
さあ、あくまでも偽名じゃないっすかね。 じい様の代理人としてその妄想の中の魔女の名を名乗ることを許されたとか。
そうじゃなくて、今この六軒島には全部で18人いるの。19人目が存在すると思う？
Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers and it really did come out to that many.
19人目が存在すると思うって、どういう意味ですか？
言葉通りの意味よ。マリアちゃんに傘を貸した人物は私たち18人の中にはいないらしい。なら19人目がいて、その人物がマリアちゃんに傘を貸したと思うのが妥当じゃない？
ま、そうなりますね。
ならその人物は今どこにいるの？少なくとも雨が降り出した瞬間には島にいた。そしてその後はどんどん天気は悪化して、とても船なんか出せない状態となれば、その人物はまだ島の中にいて、どこかで雨宿りをしていなくてはならない。私たち誰の目にも触れずね。
確かに。俺たちは屋敷やゲストハウスの中を勝手にうろつき回ってましたが、誰もでもまあこれだけの広さのある島ですし、屋敷やゲストハウス以外に雨宿りできるところだってあるのかも。
At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kirie's suspicions were taking us in. Kirie was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us.
ベアトリーチェが自称する通りなら、その人物は間違いなく最高の賓客よ。おじい様が信頼する最高の腹心。そんな人物をおじい様が歓待しないわけがない。お屋敷に迎え入れないわけはないのよ。でも私たちは誰も見ていない。
待ってくださいよ。それはちょいと性急な推理じゃないですか？確かに誰の目にも触れてはいないけれど、だからって19人目を否定することにはならないんじゃないですか？何かの理由があってこっそり上陸してずっと隠れているのかも。悪魔の証明ってやつっすよ。いることを証明するのはたやすい。ベアトリーチェってやつが俺たちの前に現れて挨拶すりゃ解決する。でも19人目がいないことを証明するのは不可能っすよ。
バトラ君の推理の仕方は悪くないわ。現在の状況では19人目の存在を認めるにも否定するにも情報が足りない。でもね、チェス盤をひっくり返して考えると、ほぼ19人目はありえないって断言できちゃうのよ。
Spin the chessboard around was one of Kirie's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and use them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that will give you the upper hand. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes.
いい？仮に19人目の人物として、その人物は誰にも知られることなく、こっそりとこの島に上陸し、ずっと何かの理由があってね。なら、どうしてわざわざ姿を現してマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したの？
It really was a contradiction. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria.
それは、ほら、マリアも言ってた。メッセンジャーにされたって言ってたじゃないですか。マリアが一番年下で素直そうだったからじゃ。
メッセンジャーなんて必要なの？手紙を親族会議の席上に送りたかったら郵送すればいいだけの話よ。4人の兄弟全員に郵送すれば黙殺することもできない。手紙を持参してこっそり手渡す理由がないのよ。
確かになんだかおかしな話っすね。
そもそも ベアトリーチェが存在していて、その存在をアピールしたいなら、なのに現れず、マリアちゃんという小さな子を通して矛盾。もっと考えて。マリアちゃんの前に姿を現し、19人目の存在を印象。今この瞬間も私たちの前に姿を現さず隠れ続けている点、これらの矛盾、これを念頭に置いた上でチェス盤をひっくり返すの。つまり19人目の人物としてベアトリーチェがいると印象づけたい人物の目論見は何かよ。
姿を隠したい人物ならその存在をアピールするわけ。そして姿を現したい人物なら手紙を託すなんて遠回しをするわけがない。ってことは
簡単よ。ベアトリーチェは18人の中にいるのよ。だからこそ18人以外の人物が存在するような幻想を作り出しているのよ。これ見よがしな19人目のアピール。それで得をするのは姿を潜めた19人目じゃない、すでにいる18人の方なのよ。もちろんこの推理は穴だらけ。いくつかの前提がひっくり返るだけですぐに崩れる脆いものだけど、私はほぼ間違いないと見てるわ。
This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lit Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly none of the 18 did this, and yet Beatrice was hidden among those 18. What was this person planning, hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice?
マリアちゃんの自作自演も疑ったんだけど、文章の内容が非常に手が込んでて、マリアちゃんが自前で用意したとは考えがたい。でもマリアちゃんが何者かと共謀している可能性も否定できないわ。
おいおい、マリアは9歳のお子様だぜ。誰と何を共謀するってんだよ。しかも愚直で真面目で素直なあの性分だぜ。
ええ、私もマリアちゃんの性分はよく理解しているわ。でもだからこそあり得ると思うの。魔女に憧れ、その存在を盲信している夢見がちな少女。そこにベアトリーチェと名乗る人物が現れて魔女だと名乗ったら、彼女はそれを大喜びで。
つまりあの肖像画のごついドレスを着て変装すればマリアを騙すことは難しくないと。
その論法になっちゃうと私たち女性陣はみんな疑われちゃうことになるんだけどね。とにかくマリアちゃんが何者に出会ったのか、それの詳細を聞くことがこの謎を解く一番にして最も身近な鍵なのよ。しかしその鍵は少女の心の奥に堅くなに閉ざされてしまったわ。
It was so fun, like back when Umineko wasn't finished, like reading theories on forums. That was the best. And like trying to come up with your own theories for it. Oh, it's so much fun.
みんなが頭ごなしに魔女の存在を否定し、一体その人物は誰なのかと問い詰めすぎた。マリアちゃんは当分大人には心を開かないでしょうね。
In the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing.
誰もね、マリアがベアトリーチェに会ったことをベアトリーチェとくれた手紙も見せたのに、それでも信じてくれないの。
I'm still used to Higurashi, so the more I learn about this, the more it seems like the story is way bigger than I... The Umineko is way more convoluted in every single way you can imagine. There is so much depth and thinking that goes into Umineko. With Higurashi, there is depth, there is thinking, there are things to be revealed. But Umineko is just like... It is one of the greatest whodunits of all time. There's just so much to it. I think you're gonna realize how convoluted it gets after we finish the first episode. And it just keeps becoming more and more convoluted and crazy. And Umineko is the largest VN to date by word count as well. It's true.
ベアトリーチェが18人の中にいるのか、19人目なのか。
マリアは頑固だぜ。
There's so much to it.
あいつ、へそを曲げるとなかなか機嫌を直さないからな。
大人の私より子供のバトラ君の方が機嫌を直せる確率は高そうよ。
Reading Umineko after Higurashi really drives home how he expanded on the themes. It's true.
彼女の機嫌が直ったら聞いてみて。遺産分配がどうのこうのって話には関心ないけど、こんな王道洋館ミステリーみたいなシチュエーションにはワクワクしちゃわない？マリアちゃんに手紙を渡した人物は一体誰なのか。知的好奇心がうずくわ。
うんざりするような金の話に付き合わされてもワクワクとは実にタフなことだぜ。大人はすげえや。
I shrugged exasperately. But I did notice something. Kirei noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I've never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think she's a real adult.
おうガキども、ここにいたのか。キリエも長え化粧直しじゃねえか。俺も次からは化粧をしてくることにするぜ。
I want to go to Anime Expo so badly so I can get Ryukshi's autograph. Beatrice's voice actress is going too. I want to go so bad. I want to go so bad. I want to meet him so bad.
ごめんなさい。女の化粧は長いのよ。どう？兄弟水入らずの話し合いは。
さぞや和気あいあいとしてるだろうよ。
How much money to send you? No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. 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 No, no, no. Kirei poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow.
一度頭を冷やそうってことで小休止さ。こりゃ夜通しになりそうだぜ。泣けてくれ。
His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal, energetic self.
しかしひでえ雨だな。ゲストハウスに戻るのも嫌になるぜ。夏日姉さんが屋敷で泊まれるよう準備してくれたらしい。どうする
？3階になった時に考えてもいいんじゃない？部屋に戻る体力もなくなってたら、その時はお世話になりましょうよ。
そうだな。その時に考えりゃいいか。バトラーはどうする？
俺がいちゃお邪魔だろうからよ。気使って向こうに戻るぜ。
そうか。
Thank you. Thank you, Pang, for the stream lobster. I'll let me buy you dinner at least. Thank you. Okay, I'll get more Piccadilly. I'll get more fried chicken and green beans and more soft rolls because they're so yummy. Thank you. Thank you.
すぐ戻るのか？
Also, I know that it wasn't on my stream, but I got to tune in a little bit to Yuda's announcement, or like her 50k celebration. Thank you for supporting her so much. I heard her say like you have 24 hours to charge back. Thank you for supporting Yuda. Thank you, thank you.
さあな。一人で戻ったって寂しいしよ。子供全員で揃って帰ることにするぜ。
Yuda is so kind for saying that. She's so sweet. I love her so much. She was very, very helpful in our meeting that we had earlier this week. She's very knowledgeable on a lot of things that we don't necessarily have knowledge on to prepare for certain things. So she was helping us out and sending us everything for it. So we have some exciting stuff planned. So yeah. I hope you guys will look forward to the end of next month. Yeah.
そうだな。そうするといい。それでバトラー、お前今夜はそうは簡単には寝ないだろ
う。多分いとこたちとおしゃべりしてるだろうからな。
So much to do. So little
夜更かししそうな気配はあるぜ。それがどうかしたのかい？
そうか。もし大人たちの会議が終わってお前がまだ起きてたら、ちょいと家族でしたい。
なんだよ。柄にもねえな。
Apparently Kirie was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kirie didn't have a clue what Dad meant either.
キリエにも聞いてもらいたい話だ。
Ooh.
後で話すから、今は聞くな。頼む。
I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family. Both Kirie and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
そうビビった顔すんなよ。
Don't look so terrified, he says.
ビビりてえのは俺の方なんだ。何しろ。
At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad.
気持ち悪いぜ、親父。今家族は全員揃ってるじゃねえかよ。もったいぶらずに言えよ。
俺は多分今夜殺されるだろうな。
There was a huge crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out that he looked like a different person.
は？何言ってんだよ、柄でもね。
同感よ。どうしたの？急に弱気ね。あなたらしくもない。
俺も化粧直しに行ってくる。ついてくんなよ。
Dad turned away weakly. After that, only Kitty and I were left, still wide-eyed.
なんだってんだ？今夜殺される？まさかあの妙な手紙のせいで親父ビビっちまったのか？連続殺人者の映画の見過ぎだぜ。
Kitty didn't answer my lighthearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back.
バトラ君はルドルフさんに今話せと言ったら話さず立ち去った。みんなに話すことがあると言い出しながら答えなかった。どうして？チェス盤をひっくり返す。すると
話すと言っておきながら話せない矛盾。なんすかね。親父側から見ると何か見えてきますか？
ええ、見えるわよ。話したいことがある。でも自分から言い出す勇気がない。だから追ってきて俺に話しかけて聞き出してくれが正解ね。ついてくるなも逆の意味よ。ついてきて俺を問い詰めてくれが正解。まったく甘えん坊さんなんだから。
そういう推理でいいんすか？そんなんめちゃくちゃな。
名探偵や名刑事が男女の気持ちや心を推理できる？できないでしょ？
She really does wear the pants of this family, huh? For real!
異性の気持ちを探るのは何次元のトリックを暴くより はるかに高度な技術なのよ。私に言わせれば、名作推理小説より恋愛小説の方がよっぽど難解なミステリーなんだから。
はあ、そういうもんすかね。
私はあの甘えん坊さんと一緒にいるわ。普段は虚勢を張ってるけど、今夜はかなりの激論で疲れ切ってる。誰かに寄りかかりたい気持ちなんでしょうね。それに応えるのがパートナーの役目よ。
はあ。そりゃお熱いことで。じゃあ、うちのクソ親父の世話をよろしく頼みますよ。
ええ、任せておいて。
Without love, it cannot be seen. I called out to Kirie's departing back.
え？何？
いや、ありがとよって。おかげで、陰鬱な気分がだいぶ晴れたぜ。
ならよかった。コミュニケーションは大事ね。
After answering with a wink, Kirie followed after Dad. Natsui could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuhi's expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuhi's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Ushinomiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsui knew that the so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared. And someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No, if anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then, Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Kraus's overwhelming advantage. Now, it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day, so he had known how Kraus had staved off the attack by the other three. And to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter which benefited Kraus's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-to-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Kraus yet again and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. Spooky. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large amount of money, using the condition that all of the siblings would guarantee Kraus's position as the successor. Talk about advance payments was being brought up again despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Ushinomiya family's store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Kraus. The other siblings had found. No, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Kraus could lose. They had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuhi, as Kraus's only ally in this painful position and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce and that there was no need for him to compromise. Kraus had always told Natsuhi. He had told all of the siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife, and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsuhi's words didn't reach Kraus. Even though Natsuhi had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsuhi sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, then started getting angry. It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something and invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling.
"他の3人の言うことも、ベアトリーチェを名乗る不審人物の言うことも、何も気にかけることはありません。黄金など所詮はお父様が生み出したまやかし。それを見つけられることなどあるわけがない。あなたが跡継ぎであることは盤石です。何を恐れることがあるのです。"
Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then mentioned for Natsuhi to enter.
入りたまえ。
何ですか？
見せたいものがある。
Ooh.
君に初めて見せるものだ。
Ooh, secrets between married couple! Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark.
これは、明かりは？
今つける。待ちたまえ。
Just as he said, when Kraus pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room.
それは。
Natsui had had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsuhi's breath away.
凄まじい純度を持つ黄金のインゴットだよ。こいつがなければ誰も黄金伝説を信じはしなかった。
It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint.
こいつはまともなインゴットじゃない。このインゴットを鋳造したのが国内なのか国外なのか、それすらも私にはわからないんだ。
It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. And in order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry.
ここを見たまえ。怯えることはない。こいつはただの金塊だ。
Matsui, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot.
そこだ。
Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Natsui concentrated on that section. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsui's breath was taken away once again.
そうだよ。 これこそが親父がベアトリーチェに与えられたといい、保証人のマルソーの会長に任意で一つを抜き取らせて持ち帰らせ、財界のフィクサーたちを信用させたという伝説のインゴットなのだよ。方々に手を尽くして私が見つけた。他の兄弟たちより早くね。
そんな、じゃあお父様の黄金伝説は。
That's right.
実在する。後宮金蔵が授けられたベアトリーチェの黄金は実在するのだよ。
そんな。
Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he had held definite proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he'd failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which is why she had selflessly supported him. And yet he had hid this fact from her until today. Why?
そこまでに私はあなたの信頼に足りないというのですか。
そういうつもりはない。話す必要がなかっただけだ。
あなたにとっては妻はその程度のものなのですか。
This is so sad.
落ち着きたまえ。劇場にすぐ駆られるのは君の悪い癖だ。
あなたがそうさせてるんじゃないですか。私は後宮家に嫁ぎ、今日まであなたの妻として仕えてきました。あなたのために生まれた家を捨て、身も心も捧げてお仕えしてきました。その報いがこれなんですか。そんなことって。
Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsui, even if he didn't say it out loud. That's so sad.
私はもうあなたの力になれそうもありません。
うん。それでいい。兄弟のトラブルを私が自分の力で解決する。君の力は借りない。
Oh, it hurts! It hurts!
違います。これは後宮家のトラブルです。確かに私にはこの身に家紋を刻むことが許されていません。でもあなたの妻です。なのに私には力添えする資格もないのですか。あなた。
君を思えばこそあえて関わらせなかったのだ。これ以上は頭痛に障るだろう。君は今夜はこれで休みたまえ。兄弟の話は兄弟でつける。君は関係ない。それだけだ。
Hold on, I'm gonna be right back because admittedly, I'm getting a headache. So I'm gonna go take a pain pill. I'll be right back. You guys stay here. You guys stay here while I take it. Let's go, Ozzy. Oh my god, Ozzy. Oh, Ozzy, do you have hiccups? Come on, baby. Alright, let me take this pill. Okay. Now let me get sorted and seated. And we can continue. Ozzy has hiccups. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. Me right now. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scent she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of the rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I have tried to properly perform my duties as a wife. And now even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter as if it were the last job left to me. However, I've had no release for my anger and sadness, and they've caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ushinomiya family. No. That's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head, but it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushinomiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushinomiya Ava will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family. And if all goes as she planned, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more has matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of her rebellious period and whose grades are slightly below average, it can be seen as at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsumi thought back to the days when she'd had no choice but to marry into the Ushinomiya family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it, and had actively attended to the life that she'd been given as Ushinomiya Natsumi. And in so doing, she had built up a new life. But, just now, it felt like all of that had been casually rejected.
何を考えて生きていけばいいのかわからない。
Natsumi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing. Even though it should have been emotionless, right then it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsumi. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsumi didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention, because it was her beloved daughter.
Kaasan ka? Nanda yo, konna tokoro ni. Yurei ka to omotta ze.
Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsumi's throat. However, their strength gave out and they didn't escape her lips.
ジェシカ、ごめんね。母さんは頭痛がひどいの。そっとしといてくれる？
そう。
Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she had been filled with contempt for all of her parents, including her mother. but now those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way. And because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuhi just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the courage from deep in her heart.
ずいぶん立て込んだ話をしてるようじゃん。
お前には関係あります。よそへ行っていなさい。
頭痛ひどい？あ、私薬もらってこようか。
構わないで結構です。お願いだから一人きりにして。
Natsuhi wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's own short temper. But there was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings.
じゃあ私行くよ。大人の邪魔にならないようにいとこたちと一緒にいるから。じゃあ。
お待ちなさい。
She called Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely, to a stop.
何？
気遣いを。ありがとう。お前を残して寝込むわけにはいきません。
よせよ。縁起でもないぜ。
心配をかけました。もう大丈夫です。私は行きます。
If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, I'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother. And for a while, she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something and she took it out.
あのさ、母さん、私さ、今日お守りもらったんだよ。なんだっけな、魔除けだったっけ？確かそのドアノブにぶら下げてるといいんだっけ？忘れちまったぜ。私が持ってても仕方ない。母さんにあげるよ。
It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank and she was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother would probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuhi came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
これは何かの景品？
まあその私も多分そうだろうと思ってるけどよ。こんなおもちゃみたいなお守りじゃご利益は期待できねえよな。
But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand.
ありがとう。大切にします。ジェシカには今度私が子供の頃大切にしていたお守りを代わりにあげましょ
う。別にそんなつもりで渡すんじゃないぜ。でもまあどうしてもって言うなら。
では私はもう休みます。
Family moment.
頭痛がひどいのでジェシカもあまり夜更かしをしすぎないように。
Natsui put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall.
やっぱり明日も丸一日こんな天気みたいだね。
やれやれ、今日の日中が嘘のようだぜ。
George, Aniki, and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we last seen her.
マリアはまだ肖像画前？
いや、さっき戻ってきて、今はそっちのソファーで寝てるぜ。マリアにはもう遅い時間だもんな。
Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
一応うちのおふくろが屋敷にも部屋を用意してくれたんだけどよ。どうする？
僕はゲストハウスに戻りたいかな。親たちの様子を見る限り、僕たちはお屋敷にいない方がいいと思う。
俺も同感だぜ。子供は邪魔せず引っ込んでろって感じみてえだからな。おとなしくそうするさ。
As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
ローザおばさん。マリアならそこのソファーっすよ。
ありがとう。すっかり眠っちゃってるわね。ベッドに移さないと。
よかったら僕がベッドまで背負っていきましょうか。
ありがとう。助かるわ。ジョージ君たちはゲストハウスに戻るの？それとも夏日姉さんが用意してくれた部屋に泊まるのかしら？
今話し合ってました。ゲストハウスへ戻ろうかって話になったところです。
そう。ならマリアも一緒にしてあげてもいいかしら。いとこのみんなと一緒の方がきっと安心できると思うしね。
Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
任してくださいよおばさん。何しろこっちにゃマリアをあやすことに関してはエキスパートがいるっすからね。
それは僕のことかい？僕だけじゃ無理だよ。みんなでだよ。
そうだぜ。バトラだってあんなにもマリアと意気投合してふざけ合ってたじゃねえかよ。
As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
みんなありがとう。私たちの話し合いはだいぶ遅くまでかかりそう。だから申し訳ないけどマリアをみんなにお願いするわ。
おいマリア、ゲストハウスに戻るぞ。
Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply.
すっかり寝込んじゃったようだぜ。起こすのは悪いな。
うん、僕が背負うよ。
Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
もう戻らないと。
皆さん、ゲストハウスまでお戻りですか？
After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon stepped out.
だいぶ暗くなっておりますので、私がご案内させていただきます。
ちょうどよかったわ、シャノンちゃん。ジョージ君がマリアをおぶっていてくれるの。傘をさしてあげてくれないかしら。
はい、かしこまりました。
Shannon brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden.
兄貴、重くねえか？ 俺が背負うぜ。
大丈夫だよ。マリアちゃんくらい背負えるよ。
本当にありがとうね。マリアをよろしくお願い。
じゃあおやすみなさい、おばさん。
それではお送りしてまいります。
ええ、よろしく。
Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
マリア、いつもごめんね。
Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. Ooh. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
俺がマリアを背負って立候補すりゃよかったぜ。そうすりゃ傘を差してくれるシャノンちゃんのでっけえお乳を二の腕でたっぷり堪能できたってのによ。
そんなつもりじゃないよ。誤解だよ。
そうしないとジョージ様が濡れてしまうと思いまして。
ほーら、バカなこと言ってないで入るぜ。
After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house.
お召し物を濡らしてしまった方はいらっしゃいませんか？タオルを用意いたしますが。
そこまで気を使わなくていいぜ。ありがとよ、シャノンちゃん。
そうだ、僕たちはこれからトランプでもして少し遊ばないかって話なんだけど、よかったら。
あれ、今日のシフト深夜勤は誰になってんだ？
親族会議中は特別シフトになってたと思いました。少し変更も出てるみたいなのでちょっと確認してきます。
ああ、わざわざ屋敷に戻らないとわからないんなら無理に。
大丈夫です。ゲストハウスの使用人室でわかりますので。ちょっと失礼しますね。
Shannon gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god! The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Bless you, thank you, Taskar, thank you. Maria was sleeping very deeply and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something.
あれ、カノン君？源氏様までこちらに。今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか？
クラウス様の命令があってね、シフトの大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
ゴーダがお屋敷の深夜勤に変更になった。シャノンとカノンはゲストハウスの深夜勤。私と熊沢はゲストハウスに泊まるようにとのご命令だ。お前も今夜はこのままこちらにとどまるよう。たった今電話があった。
ずいぶん大掛かりな変更ですね。お屋敷とゲストハウスの当番がまるっきり逆になってるじゃないですか。
Originally, Shannon and Cannon had been assigned the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
多分ベアトリーチェ様の手紙のせいだろうね。
多分ってどうして？
あんな怪しげな手紙が現れたらクラウス様が僕たちを疑うのは当然だからね。親方様直属の僕たちを極力親族会議の席から遠ざけたかったんだろうよ。
Genji, Shannon, and Cannon were all permitted to wear the Usanekomemory family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Usanekomemory family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. One-winged Ingle. The sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that it caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Ross definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important schedule.
ではすまんが、私は向こうでくつろがせてもらう。もし何かあったらすぐに呼ぶよ。今夜のお客様は特別だ。
はい、かしこまりました。源氏様。
Genji nodded back, went behind a screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension.
今お戻りになられたのはお子様方。
親族の方々はお屋敷で会議を。だいぶ長引きそうな雰囲気だったかな。
なら気楽だね。これ以上の深夜になって多分親族の皆さんはお屋敷の方のお部屋にお泊まりさ。
多分ね。源氏様がいないから言うけど、ゲストハウス行きになってちょっと嬉しかったかな。
ふん。
I got scared for a second. I got like... So I set up a Throne account, but I never linked it because it's not a special occasion. And I got an email and I was like, oh no, did someone find it again? I was like, oh no. Oh my goodness.
どうしてだい？意地悪な奥様やエヴァ様から離れられたから？それとも別の理由があるのかい？
別の理由なんかありません。
そっか。なら二人で深夜勤を頑張ろう。よろしく姉さん。
私ついさっきお子様方にお部屋で遊ばないかとお呼ばれしてて。
Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Cannon uncertainly. Cannon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
ダメだよ。深夜勤を仰せつかってる。それに僕たち家具には遊びのお誘いは必要ない。わかるね。
そんなことわかってます。
Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Cannon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
ならお子様方お待たせしてしまってるね。深夜勤に当たってしまったからご一緒できないと謝ってこなきゃ。行ってきなよ。
私謝ってくるね。
Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Cannon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen.
カノン、私がここにいるからお前も行くといい。
源氏様、誘われたのはシャノンだけです。僕は別に誘われては。
その場にいなかったからお声をかけられなかった。
So true, Genji.
言えばお前も誘われている。
It's true.
たまには子供らしく遊んでくるといい。
いえ、僕には必要ない行為です。 人の子には遊びも必要でしょうが、僕らは家具ですから。
Oh my god. 家具。
そうか。
姉さんだって家具です。人のふりをしたって後で苦しむだけなのに、僕はそれが分かっているから人に近づきたくないだけなんです。
Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Cannon as well.
そりゃ本当かよ。
I think this is a good opportunity to wrap up for the day. I'm gonna go ahead and save since we've been going for like 4 hours. So let me move over to the chatting screen for a second. There we go. We have saved and we are good. Wow, 4 hours really flew by. Huh. That's crazy. It feels like it's only been like 2 hours at most. It has been a long time. It has been. Let me add the chat here for a second. We'll chat for a tiny bit before we head off for the day. Well, not for the day, because I have another stream later this evening. I'm doing an ASMR stream. Yeah. We can definitely go for 2 more hours. I wish I could go for 2 more hours, but unfortunately, I do have chores to do. Now that my sheets are dry, I need to put them back on my bed. And I need to clean my kitchen. And if I feel like it, I might record for a bit before my stream this evening. Yeah, we're gonna have a cozy little ASMR. Do you have a link to this? Do you have a link to this music? Oh, which music? You mean the BGM that's playing right now? If you're asking about the BGM that's playing in the background, I have like credits in the description for like all of my beach assets. Like all the beach assets you can... I got this from Doba Syndrome, which is like a website where you can like take copyright-free music and use it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Thanks, no problem. Well, I've also got to answer some emails before I head off today. Or rather, before I get started on, like, my physical chores today. Gotta do that. I've also got to smother my little wiener in love. Because he's so good when I stream. He just, like, is on my bed or below my desk and takes a little nap. He's such a good little guy. He doesn't act up too much when I stream. My sweet little baby. Alright, let me find someone for us to raid today. Who shall we raid? Shiki, are you just going through Umineko the second time? So I'm rereading Umineko for a 3rd time right now. This is just the first time I've ever done it on stream. I try to do it like every Friday or every other Friday. Umineko is always on Friday. I will never stream it any other day. Yeah. Let's see. Ooh, Juna Unagi just started streaming. So, we can raid into Juna Unagi, my friend Junar from Idol EN. Alright. Desire Fridays. Yes, exactly. I will always stream Umineko on Fridays. Yeah. I have heard of that movie, Aaron. I just haven't seen anything about it. I've just heard about it in passing. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna read some supers and Streamlabs donos and some members' messages, and then we will be off for the day. Not off for the day, I keep saying that. I will be off until this evening when we have Cozy Bedtime Whispers ASMR. Mochi, thank you so much for the Streamlabs dono. Thank you. The jump scare was nice. Mochi, thank you so much again for the Streamlabs equivalent of 3 Akasupas. Thank you. I will definitely put this towards a potential Daki merchandise. And then Matt's an animal. Thank you so much for being a member for 23 months. And thank you. I had a fantastic Mother's Day. Greg D, thank you so much for joining Kibblebits. Enjoy literally everything my membership has to offer. And Greg, thank you so much for being a member for 11 months. 11 months. Woo. Hey, you have autism too. Yes, I have autism. I also have ADHD, anxiety, and depression. It always starts with one. Glad you're doing better. Yeah, it always starts with one, and then it starts like growing and growing and growing. And then Pang, thank you so much again for the Streamlabs channel. I will eat something nice for dinner. Thank you, thank you. Bye bye, have a nice time. See you this morning. I'm sorry, time zones. It's only 9 p.m. for me. It's only 9 p.m. for me. Alright guys, well thank you so much for a nice long stream today. I had much fun. I love Umineko. And next Umineko stream is probably gonna get crazy. Now that we're at this part of the story, it's gonna be super duper fun. Alright guys, well thank you so much for coming out. And I'll see you all later. Bye bye for now. Oyashiki!